choking, getting sick off sugar stick that thick. But the king queen, she takes it down with the lick of her lips. Don't be lying, guys. She's got you mesmerized from looking in her eyes, the way you look at her thighs. Dara's hot and she likes candy. That's really all I'm trying to communicate here. Eating like it's copulating, no one's gonna stop her. She's a crazy lollipop, a latent hungry titty monster. If you're chosen, homie, getting like us, everybody wants a little piece of that candy ass. She's eating like it's copulating, no one's gonna stop her. She's a crazy lollipop, a latent hungry titty monster. If you're chosen, homie, getting like us, everybody wants a little piece of that candy ass. Oh, rap, sweet stuff, calorie power will purpose. And when she swerves on by, all your wife is getting nervous. Hiding my heart within a secret compartment stand. The number of fingers you want to stick inside his armpits. Want some comfort food, or what you been eating? She got the milk duds, fine vines, itching for breathing. Naturally sweet, not a drop of synthetic. Dig into the spread and eat until I'm diabetic. She's copacetic, always chilling, never lazy, just ecstatic, energetic with a little bit of crazy. She works it up and though she doesn't keep track, whatever, everything left over goes up top and in the back. And when you wanna pop the question, don't be bringing a rock. Get down on your knees, son, and show her that ring pop. She's sucking on it and she ain't gonna stop. You know you gave it cherry flavor, now that cherry's getting popped. Eating like it's copulating, no one's gonna stop her. She's a crazy lollipop, a latent hungry kitty monster. If you're chosen, homie, getting like us, everybody wants a little piece of that candy ass. She's eating like it's copulating, no one's gonna stop her. She's a crazy lollipop, a latent hungry kitty monster. If you're chosen, homie, getting like us, everybody wants a little piece of that candy ass. Alright, so this song was written by my dick. So if it sucks, don't be too hard on him. Don't ride him too much. Yeah, stop and give me some for my blood sugar drops. Man, the candy shop's closed and my heart's gonna stop. My stomach's gone numb, it's got me weak in the knees. I need to snack up to get back up, but I'm easy to please. And then she struts on by with that look in her eye. My hunger gets me so hard that I'm ready to cry.
Hello, testing, testing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Is that better? Am I now hearable? Yeah, for some reason OBS stopped capturing the mic. But now it should be okay. So good. We are here for some leather work. So today's going to be some more routine work. I need to cut a bunch of stuff. I need to glue a bunch of stuff. So I was thinking I could sort of explain and take you through some of my processes on some of the things that I do that maybe are less things that I can broadcast because they require some sewing and stitching that I don't have a camera for yet, and would require me to probably set up another completely separate camera with lots of wiring to string it over to another room so you can see the camera for the stitching part and all that kind of stuff. But I figured we would start with we will have some music background as is good for our Sunday streams, and I will be making a bunch of stuff. And if you guys are interested, I could probably... There is one thing we are going to be making that I could do the stitching for by taking a short break, doing the stitching, come back so you can kind of see the end result. And yeah, I get that, Raven. Yeah, I had a similar reaction after Tony dropped that sub bomb in my chat as well. But let's start some background music. Just let me know if this is this too loud? Can you hear it? Is it good for background level music? Louder, please. Okay. Yeah, I turned the music in my headphones down a little bit because it was quite loud last week. How's that? A little bit better? Too loud. How's that? Alright, so I'm going to be monitoring chat, but of course I might be a little bit slow on the responses. The first thing I wanted to show you is something I need to finish up because I got in a couple of orders yesterday, and all of the orders showed up at once. The thing that I got the order for was one of these. Now, this is what's known as an isolation hood. It's something that is meant to be worn. It is not finished. We are going to finish it here today on the stream. What it is missing is breathing holes, which of course you want to make sure you have breathing holes. And it's missing lacing holes. The rest of this is done, I stitched together on my sewing machine, which unfortunately, as I said, I can't really show. But I wanted to show you what we were working with and what the pattern is, and sort of go through some of my thought process on something like this so that you know what you're kind of looking at. If you're going to do something like this, you can do it entirely with hand stitching, but I really don't recommend it. This is something that a sewing machine is kind of vital for, and it does take some practice because there are some techniques in here that are not newbie friendly, which of course, since me being me, when I was a newbie, this is one of the first things I tried to make. And it kind of backfired on me for a while because it took me a long time to get to figure it out. And I don't think it was not great quality when I first started doing this, of course. But to give you an idea of how this is made and to talk about my process a little bit, this is a pattern that is based off of 3 pieces. We have the front of the mask, the back of the mask, and then the sort of cover for the back of the hair cover for the back of the mask. As you can guess, you don't want your lacing to get caught up in your hair. It could be very uncomfortable. So we add a little extra piece of leather at the back to accommodate your hair. How do you put this together? Well, this is a very simple pattern. It's actually pretty easy to put together. Basically, I need to do 2 pieces stitched together with these. So I make 2 of these, stitch them sort of not back to back, but front to front, fold them out, and then stitch those together to create the general shape. The tricky part about something like this is, and it took me a very, very long time to get used to this, you'll notice that the two edges that we need to, that get stitched together, namely this edge here, yes, I can do that in just I'll do that in just a moment. So one of the things that this taught me that's very hard to get used to is you'll notice this stitching edge doesn't match this stitching edge, even though they are supposed to go together. What that does is that forces the shape to either bell outwards or bell inwards to create rounded areas, or sort of oval areas, or straight lines that are lines that don't look straight when they're flat, but when you put it on something, it ends up being straight once you put it on a curve. And honestly, and that was one of the hardest things I had to learn, was how do you, to take faith, how do you combine those things that look like they don't go together, stitch them together, and sort of they just make the end result. And sure, I can show this. I can pull this onto Harold, and you can kind of see what this looks like. It's not a perfect fit because Harold has an unusually... Harold would have what would be considered a very big chin and a very narrow neck. So it kind of doesn't fit perfectly, unfortunately. But I'll do what I can. Come here, Harold. I know you want to wear this. Okay, so here I can show you sort of an approximate fit. Harold is special, yeah. So here is kind of an approximate fit. That's how it kind of looks from the front. That's how it looks from the side. Does that help you sort of see it a little bit better and visualize it a little bit better? I'm going to flip this inside out so I can show you some of the inner stitches and understand some of the stuff I did here. Now, these stitches here, the ones that just kind of where the two pieces of leather come together, those are actually pretty easy. Like, you can do almost all of those stitches very easily. What's significantly more difficult is actually those securing. Well, yeah, and it's exactly the same, you know, it's literally, I'm just stitching as if I was clothing stitching dragons. It's just leather has some peculiarities in that it tends to be less flexible than most fabrics, so it wants to fight you, and it also wants to be Yeah, it's not as stretchy, so you have to be aware of that. Also, and this is the reason that I get a lot of people saying, you work in leather? I could never do that, who do clothing. Because, of course, with leather, once you punch a hole in it, that hole is there forever. So you either have to, so if something goes wrong, you either have to learn how to adapt to that leather, to that failure, or you have to figure out another use, or you have to cover up that patch. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can sort of do that, Raven. If I mess up the stitching on leather, I can usually cover it up or restitch it and it's fine. But if I, end up recutting the leather, if I have to recut the leather, then yeah, that piece of leather is done. You can't reuse it. It's let me flip this inside out. Okay. All right. So the first thing I want to show you is I want to show you this side stitch. This is where the flexibility of your fabric really makes a difference. I just realized there's a loose thread up there I can take care of. See how this has to lay down? See how I had to lay this down? And sort of for the... I had to lay this down to get that double stitch. Hey guys! Hello, hello, hello. I'm just sort of talking about through some of my leather choices. If your leather is flexible enough and the curve isn't too bad, this part you can do pretty easily. It's just a matter of following this, making sure that when you're stitching it down, you're really kind of holding that hemline down and stretching it out to make sure that there's no wrinkles or anything caught underneath that fold. And I'm going to fix this little loose thread that I spotted real quick. Fire. Now the nice thing about leather, of course, is that it's pretty fire resistant, actually. So when you need to fix something like this, it's pretty easy to fix. Hello, 6 feet deep. The other stitch line that I really wanted to show you all is this one. This is the stitch line that follows the chin and nose curves at the front of the hood. Which obviously has a lot more shape to it. I'm doing good, 6 feet. I figured I'd run through some of our leather things and I'd share some techniques while I worked on other things. This side of the fabric has a lot more curves to it. So you really have to get used to sort of figuring out where your stress points are and notching out the leather where those stress points are. Because otherwise you're going to end up with some really wrinkled... Yes, please do, Raven. Get head pats. Head pats for 6 feet deep. Since I cannot head pat you, I will head pat... Since I cannot head pat you, I will head pat Harold. Harold, head pats. Proxy head pats. Head pats. Head pats. It's a good... I hope you are relaxing well this weekend, 6 feet deep. I hope you are taking the time you need. You were expecting that. You definitely should take the time you need. I hope you get to chill this weekend. I hope you get all of the things you need. You're sick from lead poisoning. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I hope you're on I hope the doctor has treatment for you, and you're being able to take care of yourself. Yeah, I hope you're really getting to rest. That sucks. But anyway, yeah. So I just wanted to show this. I also this is the hem joining. You can see. This is the hem joining the sort of back cover of the leather fold, the leather to the main body. And I did what's sometimes called an English... I did what's sometimes called an English, or a French, or an English hemline, where I stitched it good side to good side, then folded it back so it was inside, so fuzzy side to fuzzy side, and then ran another stitch so that it ends up kind of folding back on itself, and it will give me a cleaner join without extra steps. It also creates a very nice place for me to line things up and punch through the grommets I'm going to do, which I'm going to do, which is what I need to do to finish this up, because this thing needs grommets. So it needs 2 sets of grommets. It obviously needs breathing hole grommets, because you want people to be able to breathe in these masks. And as I said, it needs lacing grommets. Yes, it can also be a very useful. It can also be a very useful seam when you're depending on how clean you want. I think it's a very clean seam, and I think it's very useful from a cosmetic perspective if you're looking for a very specific type of look. Now, I do have a... Here you... I do have... like everything, I have a specific tool for setting grommets. That is not a hammer and chisel style, or hammer and anvil style setter. Okay. So what I have is I have one of these guys. This is a well-loved, very well-loved grommet setter. It takes multiple sizes and types of dies. That's what these are. We have size 0 dies, and we have a size 00 dies and a size 1 die. We use the size 1 die for the breathing holes and the size 00 dies for the lacing holes. To give you, you'd think I would have prepped better for this, but of course I didn't. To give you an example of the difference in size, that is a size 00 grommet. That is a size 1 grommet. So there's the comparison in sizes. I actually do not know if those are I don't know if that's a little bit easier to see. I don't know if those are the same hole size as piercings, frankly. I do know... No, they aren't, because... No. Yeah, because as you go... No. No, they are not. They are not. I know they are not because these get smaller as you go smaller, whereas gauges goes go smaller as you go bigger in number. Okay, so let's drop these back so I don't lose them, because I will otherwise. Let's do the easy one first. We're going to start with the size 1. It's got a screw piece punch that fits into the top of the machine. Okay. Let me see if I can at least get part of this in view of the camera. Okay, so you can get at least part of this in there. Well, I'll do what I can. I have a little plastic piece that goes under here that functions as the you want something softer than the metal as a strike plate. So I have a little so we're just gonna go in here, and I could like fold out the material and fold out the material and do each side individually, but you know, like, this is easy, and it basically means that they're going to get lined up. So we're going to punch that through. Okay, so you can see it punches the hole right through. Really low effort. These kinds of tools are invaluable. And now we're going to set on the grommet setter portion of this. A little bit of trivia. At one point, I didn't know what the difference between grommets and eyelets are. And the difference is grommets are a two-piece fixture. So grommets have the top piece there, and they actually have a backing piece. So it's a smaller flat piece that goes into the back of the machine and is just a backing for whatever you're looking to do. Eyelets don't have this backing piece. They're just this piece, and they're relying on the leather being folded outwards to hold them in place. Honestly, I think I prefer grommets. I think they're more secure. I think they're prettier. They may be a little more expensive, but they show you care more about your product. I'm going to take my little leather. This is the part that's a little bit tricky because I have to sort of scrunch the leather up underneath here so it's perfectly centered under the grommet setter. You can see that's where the centerpiece of the grommet is, and then I'm going to take this and just punch down. And there it is. When I do the other one, I will show you the inside, so you can see the end, what it looks like from the inside. You can see how that backing piece works. So let's do the other side. The maneuvering the leather around is sometimes more annoying and difficult than the actual process, because you have to constantly be like, okay, am I losing the backing? Am I making sure the back side of the grommet is there? Am I losing am I scrunching everything so it's fitting flush? Okay. So again, we have hole 1, hole 2. You can see from the back that they are nicely set because they have that nice rounded, sort of domed round there. I didn't punch the hole through anything I didn't want to punch the hole through. And despite the fact that I punched the hole kind of a bit back, or at least it looked that way, you can see how with the grommets in place, they're just kind of right there where the nose holes, where the person would be breathing through. Now, so the next one is we need to do this side. We need to do the grommets for the lacing. For this solution is going to be a lot easier. Yes, it's a black Sharpie, but believe me, it will show up on black leather. And I have a little cloth tape measure here. And we're just going to mark the first hole. Right about there. Okay, let's see if I can get the gel pens. Let's see if my gel pens have enough ink in them to show up. I can see that marking, but I'm pretty sure you guys can't, so I want to make sure you all can see what I'm doing. Let's see. I think I need to replace my gel pen ink. No, this one should work. Let me... I think my gel pens have solidified. Give me a moment. I will replace the gel in this pen. Because I bought like 100 of the pen bought like 100 of the gel pen refills. So because it's a hell of a lot cheaper than buying individual gel pens, because gel pens get expensive. Surprise, surprise. Okay. Let me see if this one's going to work. Yep, there we go. So we can see it leaves a mark. So now I should be able to do this. Yep, there we go. I'm going to mark out approximately 2 inches, and I follow the curve of the... Do I do 1.5 inches or 2 inches? I forget. No, I do 1.5 inches. That's right, 1.5 inches. So about 1.5 inches, every 1.5 inches or so, I'm gonna follow the curve of the material and just mark out my hole, or my grommet points. And remember, we are following the curve of the material as best we can to get these placement points. So okay. So I would not want to hand. I'll just put it this way: I would not want to hand sew this at all. If I did not have a machine, I would not make this product. Hand sewing this would just be a nightmare. It really would. Not even kidding. Doing this as a trying to hand stitch this would be just abysmal. You'd be at it forever. Especially if you're doing all of the seams and hemming as well. Like, ugh. I mean, it's probably one of the reasons why this shit was so expensive when it first started showing up, because people were doing a lot of hand sewing. All right. Okay, so we have that. We're gonna bring back our grommet punch and setter. Hello, Mr. Grommet punch and setter. Remove the last pieces. And we're going to need to punch in some new stuff. So these are the 00s again. We are doing the 00 holes for these guys. And plastic. Now with these ones, I need to turn on the light back here so there's less shadow. Let's turn on as much light as we can, shall we? Yeah, there we go. More light. With these, we're gonna kind of punch through 2 layers of leather to make sure we are creating clean holes. We want to try and be sort of relatively about the same distance from the edge of the seam line. It's sometimes a little bit hard to be perfectly, like, I don't want to break out the ruler for every single, I don't want to bring out the measuring tape for every single hole I punch, because that could get exceedingly time consuming. Yeah, it absolutely could. Like, trying to do all of these with, setting all of them super equal distance, and it's just not something I'm gonna do. Like, for what I charge for these, and they're not cheap, but they're not they're not cheap, but they're not on the high end of what people charge for these either. There's a sort of an efficiency of time thing going on that you have to deal with. Brave and fancy yourself made. No pause today, I'm afraid, Mina. I know, that makes me a fake cat. But I can't imagine trying to do these in fursuit paws. That would be torture. Fake cat. Yep. Today I am a fake cat. All right. Alright, for these we need more of those and more of those, and we'll just use them as we go through. I would say that sounds difficult. And again, we just set the go in here. And it creates a nice clean little punch, little grommet set there. Okay. Tomorrow. You're working on 13 new Beat Saber maps. That's that's nuts, Mina. Like, I can't even handle one. I can't imagine having 13 Beat Saber maps to deal with. Like, I can't imagine that. That just seems insane to me. My table is not liking this position for the grommet punch, but it will behave. Okay. Other side. Time for the other side. Yeah. Yeah, my table is, as I said, I want to replace this table with a proper, like, working space table. But hey, if you buy things, when the more people who buy things from me, the more things I can do to improve my work situation. It does say something though that this beat to hell table has lasted like 10 years now. This poor table has really has taken a huge beating, and it's still just trucking on. Kind of want it. I kind of there's a reason I want to retire it. Kind of deserves it. Alright, almost done here. One thing I don't do is when I ship these out, I ship it with lacing, but I don't lace the eyelets because some people have very particular ways that they like these to be laced. Nope, it is just from an old table with an old person sitting in it, is what it is. Okay. Well, that's annoying. Spillage. That's okay. I'll just dump it into here for later. Okay. Let's put all this stuff away. One of the difficulties I have with grommets is that, and one of the reasons why I generally don't put grommets in the holes that are meant for my buckles and stuff on my collars and chokers and things like that, is that since I tend to use a thicker leather than a lot of people do for my pretty stuff, for my cosmetics, a lot of times the grommets are shorter, are not thick enough to go through the leather well, which can be very, very problematic, we'll just say. Okay. So this is done. So that is the finished product. As I said, I will pretty much, the only things I would do for it now are to pack it in, pack in some lacing with it, and then send it on its way. So, what do you guys think of that guy right there? Okay. We can move on to the next thing. Meow. 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 Okay. I'm going to put that aside for now. All right. The next thing we are going to work on is these guys. These are the new design of Rar. Rar. I can chuff too. Not as well, but yeah. So the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna do these guys. Or at least we're gonna do as much of them as we can. And by that I mean we're basically gonna do the. Wow, my mind just blanked. We're gonna cut and shape all of the leather strap pieces. We're gonna get the bottom piece lining done. You'll see what I mean. We're gonna punch all the holes and get this ready for attaching to it. Merp. Merp. There's a good chunk of this that will not wait in, that we have to wait until we sort of attach the top to the bottom. But for the most part, you know, and I can even do that part if you don't mind me doing a little break in the stream while I stitch that part. But each of these cuffs has 3 leather components that need to be punched and shaped. So, Mina, when I do head pats in this format, I get out Harold, which is our dummy head, and use Harold as a proxy for whoever is getting the head pats. So you get proxy head pats when we're in this view. Right. Let me. Oop. Each pair of cuffs uses 2 pieces of this red garment leather, 2 pieces of this I use a soft suede squishy leather as a padding layer, and 2 pieces of strap leather, which are the top layer. These have not been edged. They have not, because I still have some shaping to do for them. Which means let's grab our scratch awl there. And skizzers. Well, we don't need you so much. And we're going to use the radii measure here to... Oh, wow, my voice just cracked. To do the corners on these. I do have a 2-inch rounding template, but I'm not looking to have completely rounded edges. As you can see on these, I'm looking to have a flat edge with 2 radii, as opposed to a fully rounded edge on one side. So we are going to, one of these days I'll actually print out one of these as a template. I'll print out a template for these guys so I can just do that instead of taking this measurement every time. But for now, this works. And we're just going to mark that radii. Mark out these 4 corners. Do the same on this one. I have 3 more pairs of these to do, but I figured I'd go through one at first so you could see how my process for assembling them, for doing the prep work and putting this all together before I do the rest of them. Hey Sakura, how are you today? I hope you're having a good day. I also want these corners on this piece because this piece is going to go under that piece. So I'm going to try and mark these. These are a little bit harder to mark, so yeah, I'm going to use a Sharpie to mark these guys. So we're gonna yoink. Don't worry, that's not going to show up on the end result because it's going to be covered in red garment leather. Oh, this is a Michi cover. Cool. Again, I hope you're having a good day, Sakura. We are just doing some of this here leather work to keep y'all occupied and keep me on task. You guys are all of you are my body doubles, so to speak. You all are here to keep me on task. So, if you see me getting distracted, just make sure to use the laser pointer emote because it's up and running now, the laser emote. If you're a sub, you can use that animated emote. You can use the laser emote to point me back onto target. Feel free to spam that emote because that's what it's there for, right? Alright, we're gonna just cut these corners. Now again, there's some black markings remaining, but they're not going to show on the end product because the end product's going to be completely covered, so it's not that big a deal. Recognizing the stuff that does show versus the stuff that doesn't show is always a, it's a little bit of a tricky thing. You kind of have to get a feel for it and learn what it does, or learn how it do, so to speak. All right. Rawr, ads. I see we are in the middle of ads. For those who are watching ads, you're not really missing much. I'm just trimming corners at this point. Very boring stuff. I'm not cutting corners, that's a different thing. I am just trimming corners. On this, I'm going to also trim the corners, although this doesn't have to be precise. This is more just to make another step a little bit easier and with a little less material to manage. Because this is going to be glued around that sort of purple piece. And all right. I'm just taking off corners because corners are a little bit harder to deal with when you're trying to do round folded stitching. All right, so now we want to go back through here and we want to edge all of our cuffs. This is the usual edge beveling that I do on all of my projects that use this kind of leather, that use the leather strap work. It just is a nice little touch that takes some of the edges off. As I've said before, it helps prevent abrasions. It makes the leather sort of wear a little bit more smoothly and in a rounded fashion. And just make sure there's no places where it's going to rub a little bit harshly. Okay. There is one step that we are doing on these pieces that we don't normally do on a lot of these pieces, which is we are going to do a channel guide or a stitching guide or a stitching line, I guess you'd call it, which is we have this little tool right here where this goes on the outside of the edge of the leather, and then this provides you with a measured distance from the inside of the piece that you can use to create a stitch line. The stitches rest a little bit more easily in those spots, and will also, give you something to look at visually to follow when you're doing the stitching, which is kind of nice. So this is just literally. There's two heads for this. One is a cutting head. One is this sort of more shovel style nose. This shovel style nose is better is a little bit better for softer leathers where it's going to be easier to market. And it just takes a little bit of patience and a little bit of practice to get nice lines. I don't know if the lines are visible. You can tell me if the lines that I just engraved, bezeled. I don't know what you would call those, but those guidelines. I don't know if those are visible there, but there you go. We're going to do the same thing on the other one. About the only place you have to really... This thing is really easy to use on straight lines. It just takes a bit of practice to get the curves down. So you can maybe see this a little bit better. All right. There's the stitch line. All right. Now it's time for the hole guides. I have a lot of these, as I have mentioned before. If you do this for any length of time, you will inevitably end up with large numbers of punch guides and stitch guides. In this case, we are going to use this guy right here, to mark out these holes for that. So for the fixtures, my brain is working on half cylinders today. Need a little bit more space than that, I think. Yep. Okay, so now I evaluate. Are those holes going to be a little too close? I think they are. I think they're going to be a little bit too close. So I'm going to push them, I'm going to move them down a little bit when I actually punch the holes, which is fine. I'm going to punch the holes a little bit differently today, which is I'm going to use my Dremel to punch the holes today because A, I'm going to be doing a lot of them, and B, I want the rivets a little bit tighter. And I found that this particular Dremel drill provides a nicely tight hole. That sounds wrong, but there it is. And we're just going to... And then there's one more time to kind of wind it out just a little bit. I already said no, since, as I said, I thought this was a little bit too close, I'm going to use those holes to mark the initial punch points. I'm just going to push them back a little bit. Widen them out. Drill, drill, drill. Drill the leather. let me get the next piece, line it up. Okay. All right. That feels good. Blowing a bunch of air over me. I hope people are still there. Chat's not really doing anything right now, so I hope you're all still being vaguely entertained by a dragon, or by a cat doing leather work. Okay. Now for my least favorite part of this whole process. We need to glue things. I am a cat. I really dislike sticky things. But we have to glue things. So yeah. It is time to do the gluing thing. Give me one moment, I'll be right back. A cat is in front of your TV. Give me just one moment. I'm going to grab something to help me deal with the stickiness, because I dislike stickiness. Creak! That's my door. Okay. So, the glue I use, as I mentioned before, is a product called Fiebings, F-I-E-B-I-N-G-S, Leathercraft Cement. This is my bottle of it. I bought a gallon's worth, so I'd have plenty, and I just use one of these squirt bottles to refill it as a refillable container. What we are going to be doing is we're going to be taking this red garment leather and wrapping it around our padding leather. So one thing we want to do is we want to basically give this garment leather a good dabbing of the glue. And we want to spread it out, particularly towards the edges. But we want to get the center in there too. By the way, this is one of the biggest reasons why you'll notice my my cut mat is just a mess. Because glue. Okay. As you can guess, as I said, as a cat, I really don't like this portion. It's sticky, and I hate sticky. I hate sticky. I hate sticky! But you have to deal with sticky in leatherwork. Alright. We are going to take this and drop it as close to the middle as we can. There should be about a 1/2 inch on each side of clearance. And then we're going to fold it up and over. And when we get to the corners, we're going to sort of push those in. And continue wrapping this around. Now these folded corners are in fact a little bit bulgy, but after we stitch it down you won't notice them. There's not much we can do about that though, and if we want to have rounded corners, which we do. We like rounded corners. Rounded corners are nice. But to show you sort of how it's going to look, like we will just lay it on top there. See? All right. And we're going to do the same thing here. Is this Amelie? No, it's Narissa. Okay. Interesting cover. Luckily, this type of glue that I'm using, the Leathercraft cement, it adores suede. It adores this. It adores the sueded side of leathers, so it will stick very firmly, very quickly with just a little bit of time. I mean, it gets tacky and it gets tacky very, very quickly. And we're going to take this one, do the same thing. Put it down, about a 1/2 inch clearance on each side. Alright. This technique might be familiar as a sewing person as well. Corners suck. It doesn't matter what you're doing, corners always suck. Doesn't matter whether you're stitching or doing leather work or anything, corners always suck. Okay. Haha. Come here, you. I wanted these to be tight, and they're tight. You've got to stick the peg in the hole. Don't you want to put the peg in the hole? Yeah, I bet. I bet. I bet. I bet, I bet, I bet. Next step is... Next step is to put some more glue down. And push this down in and get it as secure as I can. Get a good hard push there. I wanna really squish that glue out so it goes to the edges of the material. This is where first chance I'll get to do that. Okay, that's going to be okay. It's still, I think, a little bit close, but it'll be okay. All right. Again, our goal here is to spread the glue around so that when we get to the point where we're punching these slots, the under layer and the top layer stay bonded without like a lot of additional stitching. Because yes, I could stitch around every single one of these slots, but that's a huge amount of work when it's not really necessary, especially with a good glue. Especially a good leather bond glue. It's really not going to be the most necessary thing. And if you see some glue pushing out the sides, that's good, because it means you used enough glue. All right. So we're gonna... And of course YouTube is like, sure. Let's stop playing stuff. All right. All right. If you guys would like to see these cuffs go from start to finish, I will need to take a 5-10 minute short interruption while I stitch these down. Are you all good with that? We're about an hour and a half in. Good time to stand up, stretch your leg, get a glass of water, get something to drink, etc., etc. We can take a short intermission, so to speak. If I don't hear a no, I will leave the music going and I will take a short recess break. All right, we're gonna take a short mid break from there. So I'm going to leave the desktop playing. I'm going to leave the desktop sound playing so you can get the music. I should be back very shortly. I'm going to turn off my mic and take care of the stitching on these. So thank you for your patience, and I will be right back. And I'm back. Hello. I hope you can hear me. A couple of the stitches didn't go quite so perfectly on these guys, but that's okay. The next step is to make the pieces that are going to go over these rivets there. For which we have lots of little 1-inch sections of leather we can use. 1-inch wide sections of leather. This is why you kind of never throw out anything when you do this, because you never know when a 1-inch section will come in useful. I could get out my template again, but I can also just do this. And look, that puts the marks on. For this one, I am going to use the hole punch, though. Why am I going to use the hole punch? Because I want to adjust these. I want to adjust these back punches just a little bit. And I want to add a little bit of additional slack or distance, because I want this to give enough room so that when I put the diagonal bar, or when I put the D-ring with the ring underneath it, it still has enough slack to push up a little bit and give room to move. This back and my dad at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. Just marking out those tongues again. Too sweet to me. You're too sweet for me. Been having a stream on mute, but I'm back again now. Welcome back, Raven. Why did you mute my stream? I am sad that you muted my stream. I'd be sad when you mute me. Mute me. I'm sorry. If you're here, you're here. I'd take a phone call. I hope it was a good call. I hope it was a good call. I hope it was your snuggle buddy calling you to make plans to snuggle. Because you should get all of the snuggles. Good. Well, still, nice call. Spare 1-inch strap is worth its weight in gold in this. So there we go. We're getting close to done with these cups, by the way. It's amazing how fast these things can go, isn't it? I mean, we're only about 2 hours in, and even with all my babbling, we've finished off my little hood project. And we've basically done these cuffs from scratch, other than me, you know, pre-cutting the materials. All right. Okay. I am going to actually kind of do what I did before, which is try and place the rivet puncher in a place where you might actually be able to see me use it, which would be a nice change. I need those, and I need these. So let's see if we can kind of show you what I'm doing here. Let's see if the angle is okay to do that. I mean, you can kind of see. I'll do my best so you can see what's going on. Camera got knocked. Alright. So, first part, we are going to put those in. Next part, this is why we punch the holes a little bit further out, because we want to be able to kind of have enough slack to create that little lump right there for the D-ring. Okay. Stupid thing keeps falling out. It keeps slipping out. That's not something you want to hear. Things you don't want to hear in the bedroom. It keeps slipping out. Does anyone like... Does anyone have any questions? AMA about me, about the leather stuff, about kinky stuff? It's one of the reasons I am here, after all. Tom Hardy. What's my favorite thing to make? That's a really hard thing to answer. And the honest answer is the next thing. Whatever's next. I am ADD as fuck. And so, to me, the favorite thing for me to make is anything that requires me to figure things out. So whenever I'm doing something new, it's a new challenge with new things to figure out and new techniques to learn. And since I'm ADD as fuck, as soon as I kind of have a thing figured out, I get kind of bored. Which is, you know, not exactly the nicest thing to say, but that's actually one of the reasons why I like doing leatherworking as much as I do, because it's always, because yes, I have to do this kind of production line work. I have to do a bunch of things over and over again. But I also, whenever I can constantly work on new projects. I can constantly be developing new things. And so as a result, I get to constantly challenge myself. Which is extremely rewarding. Now, for the next few punches, I need to use my heavier punch, my heavier arbor press, and unfortunately that really needs to go on the corner of my table out of line of sight. So we will do that next thing. We will do that next. You hear me grunting as I lift this thing up and move it around. It's pretty heavy, I will say that much. The reason I do this with this particular did it sink to the bottom, or did I put it in here? Uh-oh. I know I put it in one of these two containers. rivet playing ASMR video? Anyone? Thought I would be able to keep it. There it is. Ha! Knew I could do it. Knew I'd find it. Where did I put those? Ah, there they are. The next things we're going to be punching are these, and since these end up with recessed rivets, I need a narrower punch to really get a good fitting on the rivets on these ones. So, and the narrower punch really needs the arbor press to do that. So we are going to set these rivets. Come over here. And I will set them over here. Because I kind of have to. If I had a better way to do this, I would, but I kind of don't. Okay, so those are, I wouldn't say the best setting, but they're decently set. Oh, you want more rivet? Okay, so that's a triangle and ring. You can sometimes find them as a D-ring and ring combo. Is sometimes also what they are called. Like a D and ring combo or something like that. It's another thing where it's sometimes very sort of difficult to narrow down exactly what you're searching for on that one. It might be ring and D. Oh, that looks good. That looks good, Raven. The laser emote looks good. Yeah. Oh, right. I was going to look up my notes to try and tell you what that was. Let me finish punching. Let me set these rivets real quick, and then I will find that information for you. All right, so there we go. And let me take a sip of water real quick. Okay, let me check my notes. Let me see if I can find it. Thought I had notes. Ah, here we go. Okay, so search engine optimization wording sucks. So to get the heart buckles that I wanted, Raven, I had to specifically look up the phrase heart shape metal craft ring buckle. And on AliExpress and other sites, that pulled up the kind of those heart loops that I have. So again, that was heart-shaped metal craft ring buckle. Because search engine optimization is fucking insane. Okay. We're almost done with these cuffs. We just need to punch some holes in them, and we just need to punch some slots for them. Which means I need those, and I need one of these, and I need one of these. Alright, because everything becomes based off of the initial punch. Yep. So from that initial point, from that initial punch, I will go 1/2 inch from the edge of that initial punch and mark, and that'll be the start of my next punch. So that ends up with a nice sort of even spacing. How many I did? I did 5 on that one. Sure, we'll do another 5. Oops. Good thing scratches can be kind of, light scratches at least can be kind of rubbed out. So, you know, if you have to rub one out, you can. And yes, I know what I said, but don't clip me. All right. I'm going to use my wrist as a measure real quick. Yeah, it should be fine. All right. Next one is a lot easier because I can just line those up and mark them out completely. So, and that one I can actually just center the leather punch on. That did not go through real well. Let's try this again. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes the punch just doesn't go through real well. Better. There we go. And every once in a while you have to kind of push the leather through on the leather punch because it gets clogged. Good enough. Okay, and those are 2 completely done cuffs. That's what they look like. I will put them on so you can see what they kind of look like on a person. Well, I'll try to put them on. Well, putting cuffs on one person, but with one person is a little bit more difficult. But yeah, we will do what we can. Okay, my initial assessment was a little bit correct in that. And then I want to take the diagonal a little bit, or where the D-loop and buckle sits, and I want to take those a little bit further away from the hasp, which is what that is called. But otherwise, there we go. Kitty wrists and chain in cuffs. What'd you all think? Kitty wrists and cuffs. Jiggle, jiggle. As I said, I think I want to move these a little bit further away from the hasp, just so this doesn't have a chance of overlapping it quite so much. But, you know, as those things go, I would say this is a solid way of doing this. What you can do is you can put a lock in there, even just any kind of little peg or clip. On these, I use just little tiny scissor clips. But that's up to the customer if they want to buy them or not. All right. So we're about 2 hours into the stream so far. At this point, you have 2 options. Well, 3 options. I can keep doing leather work, and I can do more of these cuffs. I've got 3 more pairs of these cuffs I need to get done at some point. And I could just do all the cutting and gluing and stuff now, and just save the stitching for later, and the finishing points for later. And I could do that on stream. Or I can move on to a different item. I did want to do, if you remember the dragon scale collars from last week, I have a wider version of those, an 1.5 inch wide, so a double wide version of those cuffs that I do. I could make one of those and show you what goes into making one of those. Or I could kind of switch over and we could do some gaming, either Balatro or backpack battles or the zombie survivalist stuff. Any one of those is entirely an option. I am, at this point, I am very open to whatever chat kind of wants to do. So what do you say, chat? What do you have for me? What do you think? I'm, right, delay, I keep forgetting. Dungeon Crawler or Project Zomboid if you're going for a game. But I wouldn't mind more leather. Okay. As we have my giant mess worth of stuff in here. I'm being indecisive right now just because I kind of don't know or not sure about my vibe, how I'm feeling right now. That's why I'm kind of begging chat's opinion, because I could really do anything, and I kind of want to be here for you today. As much as I am a teacher and authoritative, I'm feeling a little bit on the indecisive, people-pleasing side today, and kind of want to just do the things that people want me to do. So I kind of, I'm definitely on that. I could just do whatever sort of vibe. Alright, let's do that. We'll see how long it takes to get another couple of these, a couple bigger cuffs done. Let's see if I can do a bunch of them at once, shall we? Alright, what do I need for these? I need... thought I had more of those. Look around. Ooh. Uh-oh. Guess I'm doing 2 of them, because that's how many I have the materials for. Okay. Guess I'm doing 2 of them. Means I'm going to need to order more of those 1.5 inch buckle, the 1.5 inch roller buckles. I'm going to need more of those because I think I'm out. And they are also used in the harnesses I make. So that is definitely a thing I will need to find a... I'll have to reorder some more in. What else do I have in here? Do I have the keepers for them is the question? I should. I know I ordered them. Rattle jingle, rattle jingle. Hope you like hearing all of the little clickers and clanks and stuff from my hardware drawers. As I look for all of the parts. I hate when I think I have all of the parts handy and it turns out I kind of don't. So I'm left fumbling. Let me... Oh, I don't. The scuff! The scuff! The scuff attacks again. because the scuff always attacks when you most need it not to. I'm gonna have to check one more place. I'll be right back. Ha! No, I was right. I did order more of them. I knew I had more of them. I just had to go find them. Because I am an ADHD person, which means that if you put something down, it is gone forever until it is found again. Alright. Maybe not that one. Alright, we're gonna do a bigger style buckle, which means these are inch and a half. These are gonna be inch and a half. Double scaled collars. So they're going to be very pretty. And I'm going to let chat vote on what colors they end up. How about that? How about we let chat just... How about we let chat vote? I'm also doing all of this freehand. I do have pink. We have pink. We have, well, I can bring out the color examples when we get to the point where we are ready to put the scales on. So I'll go over our color options when we get to that point. Huh, Fruit's done more covers than I thought she did. We go down to about 21 inches. These ones are going to be a bit larger scale because since they're bigger, a lot of people prefer them a little bit bigger. Yeah. Okay. Yes, YouTube, I'm still here. I have not gone AFK. I still exist. this is, since these are essentially just wider colors, these are among the colors, these are the kind of the things that I kind of mass produce. That's a little bit too short. I will be able to use that for other things though. You know, it's one of those where I just kind of sit down and do as many of them as I can churn out at one time. And it ends up being kind of a nice little, almost relaxing time to kind of do that. Let me see, do I have another 1.5 inches? I do. So it looks like I can do 5 of them. I'm good with 5. Alright. Take our... This is when I let everything get messy as hell because I'm just going to go for speed on these guys. And when I'm doing speed, I'm not so worried about doing the... about getting everything precisely exactly where it needs to be. Oof, that's not great. And I'll correct it when I cut it. Right now we are just, remember, we are just going for efficiency. And that means just marking and going, marking and going, marking and going. Hello, Yggdrasil. How are you today? I hope you're having a good one. We're just continuing to do we're doing some leather work today, which is a lot of fun. It's always kind of a good time to be able to chill with chat and do my work. I am good. Everyone here is doing so good at keeping me on task and not using that laser pointer remote too much, because that would surely distract me. We wouldn't want that to happen, right? No distractions for the kitty. Thank you. I debated doing the glove thing, the nitrile glove thing that everyone seems to do, that most streamers seem to do when they have to work on stream with their hands, but like nitrile gloves get super sweaty and uncomfortable, and I didn't want to deal with that. Like, I deal with enough hot and sweaty as it is, so So you all get a hand cam instead. And get to see my delicate and unblemished hands. And hello, Mew. Good to see you. Thanks. Don't do it when you want to go to it. Relax. Don't do it when you gotta go. Relax. Don't do it when you want to do it. Relax. Don't do it. When you boom, boom. Boom, boom. Relax. Do it when you want to get to it. Relax. Don't do it. Relax. Don't do it when you want to suck it to it. Relax. Don't do it. Today, Mew, we finished off a hood that is there for a leather order that I got in over the weekend. So you all get to see, so there's that. So far, Mew, we've done one of these. One of these hoods. I finished that up on stream. Nice and pretty. And we also did a set of cuffs. These are a locking style of cuff that are stitched and all pretty. And so we did a set of those as well. And now we are moving on to doing some more sort of, these guys are going to be wider collars, chokers, however you want to call them. They're going to be a lot more interesting. So that's what we're doing today. That's what we're doing right now. Oops. And this is me just speeding through some of this stuff because this is this is kind of just the thing you do when you want to speed make leather stuff. You just book through and so Mew, this is actually technically not a hobby. I am looking for additional work, but this is currently my full-time job. My leather business is in fact like what I do. It just, you know, and I was doing okay for quite a long time. And then COVID happened. And I kind of stopped doing quite as okay. And so now I'm doing the streaming and I'm doing this and I'm looking for so, you know, it's the thing that I do. This is kind of my gainful employment, I guess you'd say. Okay. For speed's purposes, I'm kind of not, well, I'm not going to, for speed's purposes, I'm I'm not going to do the punch or the rivet setter on stream because it's a little bit awkward to position it the way I need to be able to do the punches when it's in camera view. So you're gonna have a little bit of you're gonna have to see me kind of just do. I'm doing as much as I'll do as much as I can on camera, but some stuff for speed's purposes, not so much. Okay. Whoops. Come here, rivet. Well, you know, Mew, I wish it was working for me, but it's kind of not. Like, as I said, I'm job hunting because it's in the not working category of things right at the moment. But I'm glad I can bring it to. I'm glad I can bring it to stream. I'm glad I can show it to all of you. I enjoy chatting with you all. I enjoy doing this with you all. If you find this stuff entertaining, I will certainly keep doing it. I mean, I'll certainly keep streaming regardless, but if you guys enjoy watching the leather crafting, I'll keep doing the leather crafting stuff too. A lot of leather craft is not incredibly interesting. And I was a little bit worried about that before I started doing this kind of stream. I wasn't sure if people wanted this kind of stream. So it was a little bit nerve-wracking when I first it was a little nerve-wracking to get involved in doing this when I first started. It was a little nerve-wracking when I decided to do a leather stream for the first time. I procrastinated on doing the leather stream for so long, and I kept making excuses about why I couldn't. You know, my anxiety just did the worst to me. And said I was never ready enough to do a hand stream, to do a leather crafting stream. I was like, oh, this will be boring. Nobody will want to watch me just putting things together and riveting and all that stuff. And, you know, all that fun stuff that your anxiety tells you when you're learning to do this. So I never know. Well, I mean, that's the other thing is I never know, am I talking enough to keep everybody interested? Do people like the format and, you know, like the background, me having some of that background music there? All of the what ifs and am I doing this right? And how, how am I gonna fuck this up? And yeah, there's a lot of that going on in this. Okay. These are a little bit heavier keepers than I usually use, but oh well. Sometimes you just gotta. That's what I have. So whoever gets this set of collars is gonna have some hefty, chunky keepers for their straps. Chunky steel. Chunky steel. Okay. I now need this guy again because we need to do the belt tips on all that stuff. Stay. Oh, that's not even in, that's barely in screen. Let's fix that a little bit. Now this one has some blemishes in it, but believe me, those won't make that much of a difference, especially once we get the scales in place. Blemishes are just leather's characters, what they are. Right, that's what blemishes are on leather, character. Well, thank you, Raven. I appreciate that. I know that I am a low-key. I will probably always be kind of a low-key streamer. I will admit, maybe not as low-key as someone as, say, like Origin TT, who is very, very low-key. I'm not really a comedy streamer either, I don't think. I just sometimes get an idea in my head that I think is amusing and say it. And then it's just, and it's just you do what you're gonna, and you just kind of roll with it. I'm a lot naughtier and a lot more wicked when the topic is on, shall we say, that direction. And I can be very teasing in the right circumstances, but I mean, that's why I am called Professor Tease in some circles. But, you know, I'm still also kind of learning the chatter patter, so to speak. You know, sort of talking and filling empty spaces and going along with things just 'cause and keeping the joke happening, and sometimes it's a challenge for me. And I'm realizing part of it's probably because of my probable somewhat being on the autism spectrum. Sometimes I get very linear minded and I miss a joke a lot. Or I'll make a joke that is funny to me only, and then I wonder why other people don't get it. Although these days I don't wonder. Like if I make a joke that's only funny to me, I usually just enjoy it. Because hey, if I can amuse myself, at least that's one person who's amused by the whole circumstances, right? As long as I'm amusing somebody, even if that somebody is me. Okay. Okay. Time to get more of that 1-inch stuff. So again, on this one, I need to do 5 of these, so I'm just going to churn them out a bit. I definitely have that whole streamer thing of why would anyone actually want to listen to me talk? But someone does, so, and y'all are here, so obviously that's someone, right? Oh, that's 3/4. We want 1 inch. Yeah. But yeah, it's we've all got our mental health problems, and all got our issues, and we've all got our shit that we have to handle. Mine is a massive inferiority complex coupled with a huge desire for some kind of acknowledgement and recognition. But, you know, not hard to figure out. So I'm a little focused on this to make sure I can both do it fast and reasonably accurately. Yeah. Yep. Like, I have been forced to realize recently that one of my biggest problems is that I have this intense craving to have the feeling that I am desired. Like, not necessarily like in the physical way, but in the, you know, people actually want me around way. But the problem is that's kind of coupled with the, since I'm have anxiety and depression, that's coupled very much with the, there's pretty much nothing that would probably ever actually convince me that someone is being authentic when they say that when they show that I am desired or that they want me around. Which is, you know, a thing. So I'm constantly fighting for recognition that I'll never actually acknowledge is enough to make me feel any better. So, you know, I won't say I'm a unique level of fucked up, but we all have our shit. All right. So there's always, you know, you're always fighting your brain. But it is what it is, and you learn to deal with it. I suspect that particular combination of things is not unique to me. It's kind of an interesting thing because we were talking a little bit about... Alright, so I actually got to see Sonic 3 last night. Solid movie. Like, I have no particular desire to see it again, but it's certainly a... You know, I enjoyed it. I probably won't see it again, and I'll be fine with never seeing it again. That's kind of how I feel about all the Sonic movies. They're all fine. I don't have a problem with them. I just kind of don't care. As much as I like Sonic, and I was a Sonic kid growing up, the movies are fine. But we were talking about how at one point Jim Carrey said he was done. Like, he was completely done with the movies. He was gonna retire. He was like, I am done. I can't deal with, like, I don't have a reason to anymore. And he kind of disappeared for a while and became very much a hermit. And he came out of it and was like, started doing movies again. And he's like, oh, well, I'll come back to doing movies. Like, if the script is decent and I need the money. And people are like, well, Jim, why do you need the money? You were getting $20 million a contract before you quit. And it turns out that, like a lot of people, he has met, like a lot of people who behave the way he does, he has a lot of mental health issues. Enough that he actually is medicated for them. And when he stopped doing movies, he kind of went off his medication and went off the deep end and did a bunch of things. Quietly, but he did them. And he ended up blowing a good chunk of his money. And so now he needs money. And now he needs to be able to do movies to do money again. I don't know how that's related, but other than the mental health part, but it's like we all have our own shit. And it's, you know, kind of like... What do you do when it feels like sometimes you're at war with your brain, right? And actually, for me, streaming helps with that. As I've said before, it kind of doesn't matter what mood I'm in. When I start a stream, when I do a stream, I start to feel better. Maybe not, like, completely recovered, but I always feel better. Because it feels like I'm being proactive, and it feels like I'm doing something. I mean, let's face it, it helps that it keeps me on a relatively regular schedule, too, so... And I will be the first to admit, as much as I hate schedules, having at least some semblance of one helps me a fucking lot. And the music here is kind of incongruous, but nice. All right. So we are on to the marking the center pieces on these step. Okay. Which means I need to mark roughly the middle on each of these. Is that enough? Not enough. Mark that there. So I like. Oh, thanks for the following, Latigo. Latigo Smith. I'm guessing with a name like that, you are another leather worker. I hope you are having a good day and enjoying your stream and enjoying stopping by. I am Professor TZ. I am a kinky kitty teacher and leather worker who streams a lot of Beat Saber and has started streaming leatherwork on a regular basis. So, I hope you decide to stick around with us. Latigo Smith. Oh, interesting. What movie, if I can ask? If you don't mind me. The two and the name is in one. I don't remember which one. Support your local sheriff and support your local gunfighter. Oh, I think I've seen support your local sheriff, but I don't think I've seen support your local gunfighter. And in either case, it's been a very long time since I've seen either. So, but welcome in. I hope you're having a great afternoon. I'm kind of on sort of the last thing I'm doing today, and I'm not sure how long it'll take, but so far today, I've finished up a hood that I was processing for an order. We made a set of cuffs, and now we are making some double wide dragon scale collars, where Chat gets to pick the colors. Yeah. Any color you want as long as it's black. Well, black is the base. The color, the base is going to be this black that you see, but the actual scales themselves are going to be different color. So that's what we're kind of voting on right now. Or what we'll be voting on. Oof, that's a little bit. That's a little bit wide. But yeah, so the underlayer is black. The scale, the colors, the overlayer, the scales are going to be what's a bit of a different color. Because I think there's a lot of complementary colors. You're always going to choose pink. Of course you're always going to choose pink. I actually already have a pink double scale, but we can do another one. Because pink is surprisingly actually a pretty reasonably popular color. Ooh, that's a little bit off skew. Skew-whiffy. Okay. We're gonna... I think we've already heard this song, but every once in a while having a little repeat's not a big deal. Purple does sell. Purple is usually a good color as well. I will let me finish doing this set part and I will bring out the colors. Well, actually no. After we do this part, I will punch all the holes for the scales and then I will bring out the scales and we can pick colors. Now each of these is going to have is going to have 2 rows of scales, 4 scales long. So it's entirely possible we could do mixed colors. We could do color patterns. So that's entirely a thing that can happen if you want it to happen. But yeah, in my travels, in my experience, I have found that, you know, black, silver, and red are always the sort of kinky colors that everyone likes. That are very generic, that are everyone assumes those are the colors everyone uses. But once I started offering like greens and blues and red and purples and stuff like that, I got a lot of people who really like the blues and purples and reds and stuff like that. And sort of the more alternate, sort of more personalized colors than the more generic colors. It's very interesting. That was a misset. I got a misset rivet. Oh well, I can fix that. So I have a misset rivet here, which means that I need to pull it. So I'm just gonna get in there and pull it apart. I have a little pair of snips here, which are really good at getting to the core of to getting to the stock of the rivet. So I'm just going to get in there and hopefully get those cut. Sometimes it happens, you know, a misset rivet can happen. That's why you get thousands and thousands of rivets when you're doing this commercially. Oh, that's what this was from, Streamer Awards. Yeah, pulling rivets is always a pain in the ass. If you find yourself doing it too much, get one of these snips. I don't know if you can, how well you can see that. They are very good if you separate the leather a little bit, and then they can dig in and snip the stalk of they can snip the rivet stalk, and that makes it a lot easier to get them separated. So I absolutely understand the annoyance of pulling rivets. It is a huge annoyance, especially when you end up doing it. I've had ones where I've had to re-pull the rivet 4 or 5 times to get it to set properly. That's always just a real. Oh yeah, no, I have a hand press, and that's what I use. That's what you're hearing, why you're seeing the table shake, is I'm ka-chunking the hand press. But in that case, the rivet wasn't completely centered, so the cap was a little distorted. And if I can fix it, if I can pull the rivet easily and not have a distorted rivet, I'd prefer to do that. Especially with the volume of rivets that I do, I really would not want to be doing all of these rivets with hammer and anvil. Like, holy shit, would that suck. Our playlist this weekend has been VTuber covers. I'm okay with that because a lot of these are really good, cover-wise. As always, it makes me wish that they were actual Beat Saber tracks, but meh. Yeah, I have a hand press for rivets. I have a grommet press for grommets. I have an arbor press for almost everything else. It just gets a little overcomplicated sometimes. And sometimes even with those, you can miss a punch, you can miss a press, and it'll kind of fuck up. Grunt, grunt, grunt. Trust the process. Trust the process. We are churning through the stuff. Yep. But the one-offs I tend to enjoy more because the one-offs also The one-offs also tend to have more challenge. They tend to, like, you know, they get the juices flowing, the creative juices, the engineering juices as you figure out how things are going to work, and it's all well and good when you have a system, but sometimes having to do something that upsets that system is absolutely worth it. Okay. We're almost getting to the point where we can do all the scales, which will be fun. Sort of fun. Fun in a sense of the word. Each of these will get 16 scales, which is going to be, you know, a bit of work, but we'll get through it. The nice thing about leather, of course, is that it has some flex to it and some stretch to it. So if your measurements aren't micron precise, it's not the end of the world. You can usually adapt around it. All right. Good. Now we can mark out the dragon scales themselves. Let me see, is it this one that's the right size, or... I think it is, but we'll mark it and double check. No, those are... That's a little bit too outside. Let me see if I have the other one around. Or if I'm just going to wing it. There it is. That's the one that I want. This is a little bit closer towards the inside rack, which is what we want. So, like I do for everything, I have a template for this. Because I have a template for fucking everything. Oops. Because if you don't have a template for fucking everything, then you are wasting time. So... And when you're doing production line work, you cannot afford to waste your fucking time. That is for fucking sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't... Depends on your definition of freehanding. Like, to me, like, I have a few things, like, I'm not taking a ruler and measuring everything out. But there are a few things that, like, I don't have a specific template for them. I've just done them so many times that, like, I have the technique down, so I don't have to worry about it. And it's a little bit, you know, it's a... So, you know, I definitely... have those steps that I don't really, strictly speaking, have a template for. You were in the fashion industry? Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, like, if you're doing literal production line work, like thousands of them, yes, that makes absolute sense. When I'm doing production line work of them, I'm doing like 10 at a time. You know, I'm not doing 100 of them at a time. I'm doing 10 or 12 of them at a time. You know, that's about where my version of mass production goes. Because I am not a mass producer, and I am not a... I don't have a... Yeah, so yes, obviously when you're doing that, you really can't do anything freehand or improvised at all. So yep, no, I get that on your side. I don't do that though, so... Again, my version of mass production is like a dozen at a time tops. In which case, like, you know, it's a little bit more open for me to just kind of do the thing because I've done it, 100, 1,000 times before. Not to say I wouldn't love becoming a designer popular enough that I need to, like, have someone mass produce them for me, but, you know, that's not going to happen. Well, and shoes, yeah, shoes has to be precise because you're dealing with standardized measurements that you have to adhere to. So, like, that one absolutely makes sense why you have to. Like, that's just a thing. Like, there's no real... Oops. You know, you're dealing with measured standards, and I'm not having to do that, so I also get a little freedom in that regard. Okay. All right, let's drill these holes, and then we can pick colors. For this, I am going to bring back the drill pad. Okay, well, in that case, what are you going to continue? I mean, are you going to continue with that program, Raven, or? Orthopedics? Like as a doctor, or? Because that's kind of a big category, or? Pardon me, though I am trying to pay attention. I'm also trying to get through this as quickly as I can. It'd be nice to get all of these done by the end of the stream, after all. I am unfortunately finding that my period in self-employment has made me apparently kind of undesirable as an employee, because I have not even received any call back on any of the applications I've sent back. I've gotten letters of refusal, but nothing that led to an interview, unfortunately. Yeah, I know Latigo. I actually buy from Hide House. They're one of my favorite leather suppliers. Unfortunately, their selection has gotten a bit more limited of late, but I suppose I'm not surprised by that. All right. Tell me, do you demons bleed? Ah, okay. Well, so there's orthopedics. You've got the right word. But orthopedics can also mean an orthopedic doctor, who is someone who goes to medical school to sort of look at those things as well. So yep. But I think you've got pretty much the right word. Okay. Now we get to at least pick. Now we get to pick colors. Time to picky the colors for these. Yes, I know you want pink. So we can do more than one. You can also mix colors, as I've mentioned. And you can see we have lots of pretty color options. What else do I have in here? Ooh. As you can see, we have many, many, many colors to work with. All right. So here, Harold agrees with you. This is Harold. Harold is nodding. Harold wants green, I suppose, as well. Good head pats. Good head pats for Harold. Hello, Harold. We can definitely do one in pink. I'm not saying we're not doing one in pink, Raven. I'm okay with more in pink. We have other options as well. Head pats, head pats, head pats. Head pats for Harold. Head pats for proxy Harold for Raven. For what I hope is Raven doing some stuff today and getting things done. And getting some time off because it is school break week. So yay. So more head pats. But okay, so other than pink, which we will do, what other colors would people like to see? While you are debating that, I'm going to start putting rivets in, so it's a little bit easier for me to set everything. Green and purple is nice. Are you saying we should do a green and purple mixed, or would you say I should do a green one and a purple one? Because those are kind of different. Those are kind of different things. That hole is not big enough, and I'm not going to fight it. A green one and a purple one. Okay. I'm good with doing a green one and a purple one. I might even have a green one and a purple one already done, but more of them is not going to be horrible. Do you want to do any pink and green mix? Really? I think pink and green might be a little bit more of a clashing color combo than... Strikes me as a little bit more of a clashing color than a complementary color to me. Oop. Maybe that's just me. True. Oops. I mean, well, I'll do another pure pink because as much as I have one already, but doing another one of those is not going to be a problem. Pink usually actually is a pretty reasonably good seller. I suppose I should do a red one. I also don't know how many of these we're going to get through. I'll probably stay live until I get all of these done. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Any other opinions from chat? Anyone else have any particular ideas? If not, I'll just get started on one of the pink ones right now, and we'll go from there. Yeah, let's just start. We'll just start with the pink. Yep, we can do that. Let me finish pulling all these rivets, though. Okay, and... Alright, so we need this. And we need this. And we need these. All right. So we'll start with the pink. These will each have a washer because the holes for the scales are bigger than the rivets. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. All right. And so basically I put that down, take a washer, set the washer on top, grab a rivet cap, cap the rivet, and then go to my arbor press and press it, because the arbor press is better at doing straight presses. But we do need it all the way recoiled. Yeah, so I use a washer. It works really well, and it actually kind of looks pretty good because it looks like an accessory to the scale. I've considered getting different colored rivets to do with different colored washers for the different colored scales. I think that's entirely an option for color variations, but for right now I'm just doing the silvers. It sets out pretty well. I think it works. I think it looks great. I think it looks good. Yeah. I mean, if I really wanted to make it easier, I could buy rivets that have a much larger rivet head. Because you can get rivets up to, like, these are 8mm rivets. You can get 12mm rivets, no problem. And I absolutely could if I wanted to have, like, I could get 12mm rivets, and those would completely cover those would completely cover the hole, but I think this looks better. And it's just a little extra bit of effort and extra bit of polish that makes it a little more distinctly mine. So I do, yeah, that's partially true, yes. I have seen, I have been able to order, I have seen stores on AliExpress that you can specify the length of the head, the cap, and the length of the stem. But it's a little less common, and it's generally more expensive. But you're right. Generally, bigger-headed rivets will have longer stems, which is, you know, annoying for this kind of thing as well. It's always a give and take. It's always kind of a pushback. Like if I was to get rivets that had a wider head, I wouldn't have to do what I'm doing now, which is more manual, more complicated, and I could just use a standard rivet setter as opposed to kind of my improvised arbor press and improvised tools that I use to put these together. So there is definitely something to be said for just like going with standard parts and standard colors and standard pieces. So there's always that, what are we giving up and what are we trading out? What I used to do is custom order the scale. I would used to custom order the scales themselves. I used to order the scales themselves with custom holes punched. So instead of these big wide millimeter 8mm holes, I'd have them punch just like a 3mm. Just like a 3mm hole big enough for the stem. But the place that I was buying my scales from started massively cranking up the price for those kinds of custom orders. And so for a while I was worried I'd have to give up doing this style of design altogether. So I'm very glad that didn't happen, because I would have been disappointed to have to give this up, because people really like this design. That said, I have had to give up certain other design choices I made using these scales that people really liked. I used to make a paddle, in fact, that would use these scales. And people really liked that because it was pretty and it had interesting sensations and it could be an electrical play toy and all that fun stuff. So when my supplier discontinued doing my custom size scales, I tested it, and with the washers, the scales aren't secure enough for my tastes to do those paddles, to do the toys. Because I think safety is a big thing, and with the washers in place, the scales can move more than they can move more than I'm comfortable with in a toy that is going to be used on a person. It's one thing when it's on a little collar, and the worst that could happen is you're going to get a little scratch or a little poke. It's another when you're potentially going to cut someone open unintentionally. It's fine if you want to cut someone open intentionally and you have consent, but unintentionally cutting someone open is bad juju. Okay. Oh, no wonder you haven't been seeing it as it's been progressing. Yeah. Well, and there's also the simple factor that if you break your toys, and that includes the people you're playing with, you don't get to play with them again. I am all in for hurt, not harm, is what I am in for. Hurt, not harm is a good thing. All right. And there's our first double scale. I do not put holes in it because I punch holes when people purchase it so that they are custom fit. What do you think? Raven, since you requested the pink, what do you think of the pink? Seeing this makes me want to do maybe not pink and green, but maybe I do have blue scales. What do you have an idea for? You have an idea for the blue? Should I do a solid blue or a mixed blue? So that's the blue that I have. Not sure if the camera is picking it up quite so well. That's the blue that I have. Thank you. I like it. So if you do have, you think I should do a solid blue one, Latigo? Do you think solid blue would be good for one? You're just hearing me enlarge the holes a little bit because the rivets were not going through quite as cleanly as I wanted to. Black and blue rose. Huh. Okay, we can do that. Or rows or columns? Like... So, like... blue, black, or blue, black, or like blue, black, blue, black, blue, black, blue, black. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that then. We can do that. So I'll need 8 blue and 8 black scales. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the nice thing about using these black scales is that since they're metallic, they're going to be reflective, and they're going to actually show up against this black leather pretty well. 8. Just gonna do a quick wipe down of these. You can see my hands are getting a little bit filthy from the scales are coated in a light grease. It just wipes right off with your fingers, but you know, it likes to cling to fingers. So, giving these a quick wipe down before I... Okay. We're going to put the pink aside for now. I can shift that down a little bit more so you can see more of the bottom of my... There. And you can see a little bit more of the bottom, more towards the bottom of my mat, which is where I'm kind of staging all of these things. Okay. More head pats for Raven. Head pats for Raven. Sleep goods, Raven. Glad you could stick around long enough to see the pink one. Have a good night. I will probably see you on your stream tomorrow. So you sleep goods, and I will see you on your multiplayer stream tomorrow. How about that? So if I'm interpreting you correctly, this is more what you're thinking, right? So it'll be black, blue, blue, black, etc., etc. I do propose maybe one alteration, which is to put maybe one red scale at the upper corner. And the reason I'm proposing putting one red scale is because if you're familiar with the different pride flags, the leather pride flag is blue-black with a red accent. Barely familiar? Okay. So look up the leather pride flag. And I won't finish each side before I do it, but and I will freely admit part of that is because I don't follow leather tradition, but I do respect it. And doing a little bit of leather pride, doing a leather pride, doing a leather pride scale collar seems like it'd be kind of cool. Wait, let me... Yeah. Strictly speaking, I should well, I think the Leather Pride also has silver in it. Let me double check. Let me take a look. I'm pretty sure it has silver in it as well. Well, it's a little late because I don't want to have to remove... all of the rivets that I've already set. So, but what I will do is I am going to pop this and get two red. And which silver do I want? That's not silver. That's the silver. So I'm doing a couple silver and a couple of yeah, so what I'm going to do, I think, is I'm going to take a red, put it there. And then silver down here. So I have like 4 or 5 of these double collars, and I'm making 5 more in this session, I think. So we've got this one, we've got the pink one, we've got 3 more after this one to do. And I'm not sure, honestly, I'm not sure how long I'm going to be able to stick around this evening. I really want to get all of these done, because if I stop working, I probably won't, it'll be a long time before I get back on to working on them, because that's just the kind of the way things work for me. So this might be a longer stream for me, because I really do want to get as many of these collars done as I can. I'm still like a 4-hour stream is still pretty hefty to me. Like a 4+ hour stream is still pretty hefty for me. I don't often do much longer than that. Last week I went about 4.5 hours. you're right. I mean, it's not a horrible prospect and all that fun stuff. I just don't want my energy to give out. You know? Nothing sucks when your energy starts giving out and you lose your ability to focus and everything just starts making you irritable and you know, all that fun stuff. Four hours is my goal for eventually getting up to that scale on my Beat Saber streams. Whoops. That's not the one I want to do first. I want to do this one first. But yeah, my Beat Saber streams, which I generally do on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I do want to get those up to 4 hours eventually. Right now I'm doing pretty steadily about 3 hours of Beat Saber, which is kind of an endurance run as it is, but it is very satisfying to do my 3 hours on Beat Saber when I do those. Okay. Let's get this a little bit better centered because it is going to be the visible set. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of it depends on... So there is going to be our Leather Pride themed one. So Beat Saber streams can... For me at least, Beat Saber streams are very, very audience dependent. Like, if I have an audience that's keeping me going and is sort of goading me on, I can go for a very long period of time. But if I don't, then it's tough. It feels like it drags so badly. And it's tough to even get 2 hours done. So it's super, super dependent on that. I'm going to take a stand up and stretch. Oh. We have three more of these to do. We can do one in purple. We might as well just do one in plain purple because it's a good color. Not really plain, but water. Yeah, I'll start on the next one. I'll start setting the rivets. Purple is always a solid color. Do I want to mix the purple with anything? I don't think so. So this is the purple that I have. And actually I have a big bin of purple that so I won't have to open that one. I have a big bin of purple. Technically that big bin of purple doesn't need the washers because they're all they're what's left over from the custom ones I had punched, but I'm trying to match a style, so I'll add the washers anyway. So I'll probably do the washers anyway, just for the consistent, to make the look consistent. That's the silver that I have left over. So let's keep it simple and we can debate colors. Purple with... Oh, actually no, you're not wrong. I could do a mixed purple and gold with that gold. It's not strictly gold, but it's kind of a decent shade of gold. It's a light gold. It's sort of a pale gold, but my purple is kind of a pale purple as well. So I have that color, that dark purple, against that gold, but I also have this lighter purple as well. Let's do the purple with gold. Why not? It's pretty, it's fancy. Nothing saying we can't do it. If it doesn't sell, I can eventually... it goes into the category of like, if it doesn't sell, eventually what just happens is I discount it and someone buys it anyway. So, it's kind of the worst that happens. Or I trade it, because that happens a fair bit too. Okay. Yeah, I like that. So we'll need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more. And oh, that's the silver. I still have some silver left. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. So, and just I think this is gonna be a good color match. I think you're right. I think this is going to be a very good color match. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I didn't know Isakorva did this many covers. Interesting. Okay. Quite good, too. Okay. Continuing. Whew. Never let it be said that leatherwork isn't a workout. Because I am definitely getting some upper body going on in here with this. Just with the And there. Oh, whoops. All right. It doesn't line up perfectly, but it lines up well enough and it looks really good. So I'm going to take it. Take it and run. Take the success and run with it. And next. That's our next one. So we have pink, and we have leather pride, and we have purple and gold, and 2 more to do. Thank you, Dragon. I hope you like them. We've got 2 more. So what colors do you think we should do for the last 2? And I seem to have lost the pink one somewhere. I'll find it later. What are the trans colors? What are the trans colors, Dragon? I don't know off the top of my head. Baby pink, white, and blue. Well, we have... We definitely have blue. We have silver. And you have to decide whether the pink is the right color. Sorry, what I'm doing here is I'm widening the holes on these so I can get the rivets through a little bit easier. Because I've been finding the rivets have been a little bit clingy. And you don't want your rivets to be clingy until you're ready for them to cling. So, I'm just widening the holes a little bit. Let me restart the music again. Okay. All right. So we have silver. We have blue. And we have pink. Those are the colors that I have. What do you think? And if you think we should have one of those colors, what pattern should we use? scoot over. As they lay now. Okay. Looking at the trans flag. So looking at the trans flag, it's blue, pink, silver. I have 4 rows. So the difficulty is going to be this is 4 rows, so it doesn't match up perfectly. The other thing I was thinking I could do, what might be good, is I could do the colors across the entire thing. In which case, like blue on the outside, pink there, maybe blue, pink, pink, silver. The 5th row is gonna see, if you look back here, we're really close to the buckle. So anything that's back here is gonna kind of vanish. This is about as far back as I want to go with the amount of slack that we have. So how about I do blue, pink, pink, silver. How about that? So there'll be a little bit more pink with blue accents and silver and a silver center. Blue edging, pink center. Yeah, okay. So I need 4 blue. 1, 2, 3, 4 blue. 8 pink. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 2, 3, 4 silver. All right. If I was working with smaller scales, I could potentially put them closer together, or make 5 rows. But for the size of scales that I have and the number of rivet holes that I have, it's kind of a, you make do with what you have. You make it work, hopefully the best you can, and come up with a pattern that looks good. And honestly, I might just do a couple of these trans right. I might do the last 2 in this pattern. Because I want to, I absolutely support trans rights, trans recognition, and these days I think we should push that as much as we can. So maybe I'll do that for the last 2. Okay. So start with the blue on the outside. Oop, wrong side. Flippy flip. And punch. And I should say and set. And set. Yeah. I think the intent will be pretty clear either way. I just wish I could mash it up a little bit cleaner, but you know, you do what you can and you make it look pretty. Because we like pretty. Oops. Oh, that's the bottom one. Thank you, by the way, everyone who's sticking around and lurking and watching and chatters and everybody. As I've said before, we love having you here. You keep me on task, you give me ideas, you show me the love just by being here. And I absolutely appreciate every moment that you choose to spend with me. So thank you. Thank you greatly for choosing to make that time, to make your time mine. Next message is... Messages. Sexual tension. Tom McCarty, you are both a genius and an ass at the same time. That is often the truth about geniuses. Geniuses are often also No, you don't. There we go. So it didn't slip away from me. You don't want it to slip away from me. That's a bad thing. That's Idris Elba right there. And there's Courtney Cox. Yeah, I think it's gonna go well. Okay. Are you kidding? Some of the best beats are from the 60s. All right. I'm not happy with those last two rivets. I'm going to pull them and start and do them again. Those last two rivets slid too much, and I'm going to remove them. I like the design, but those last two rivets slid too much. And I'd rather just redo them again. So I'm going to reset those. Thank you. I think they look great. I just wanted to reset the rivets because they did not center well. So I'm going to redo the rivets and redo that last layer. Because I may not be a perfectionist, but it just didn't work well. I didn't like it. I didn't like what it was doing. So okay, let's see if I can get that a little bit better set. That one's entirely me. That's just me not liking how it ended up. Better. That one's better. 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 There we go. Well, dragons, what do you think? This was your request and your inspiration, so I will defer to your judgment. What do you think? If you're still there, that is. All right. What do you think? Should I do another one? Should I do one? Should my last one be that one as well? Be the trans colors as well? I'm okay with duplicating patterns as long as they're good patterns and they are effective. All right, let's do 2 of them. I'm more than happy to do 2 of them then. Nice. All right. Yeah. Well, we'll do this one, and then we'll wrap it up for the evening because we went pretty long today, and we didn't play a game. It was just me and you all, and me chatting, and me doing leather stuff. And we're already into 4.5 hours. So yeah, I'm good. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we need 8 of the pink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Yeah, we're gonna after this one's done, we're gonna be pretty close to 5 hours. This will be my longest leathercraft stream. I've done a gaming stream that lasted about this long, maybe a little bit shorter. This will be my longest leathercraft stream. So alright. Nope. Come here. You can tell I'm getting tired because I'm getting less and less precise, I should say. I'm just kind of tossing things about. I'm not sorting things as well as I usually did when I kept things as clean as when I started. I will say, except for some very rare occasions, I routinely don't actually, even when I'm doing marathon leathercraft streams, this is actually about as long as I ever go. Like, you're not going to see me doing 8+ hours of leather a day on days because this is draining. It's labor. It is definitely labor, and it's semi-skilled labor, as I like to call it. Meaning it took skill to learn it, but it took skill to learn what you're doing. But once you've learned what you're doing, the actual execution ain't all that hard. So if this was a steady job, I'd be on my lunch break right about now. I would have had my lunch break a while ago, actually. Probably. But where are we? All right. Right, don't forget the washers. I know you're almost done, but don't speed through and forget the things, Professor. Yep. There's been a few, like, as I get closer to some of my major events, there will definitely be days where where I literally have to spend all day doing leather work. And usually, like, so the summer season kind of goes from April, May through end of July-ish. And during the Pride season and the summer season, and over my... Oh, I love this song. But yeah, during the summer season, which is Pride season, when I do all my fairs and conventions and stuff, I will I'll spend most weeks working almost all day, every day. So it's like 3 or 4 months of doing as much as I can during the week and then having events on the weekends. So, and event days, inevitably, unless the event is like literally 10, 15 minutes away from, 15 minutes away from me, almost any event day is gonna be a 12 plus hour day. Because it's a process. It's driving out. It's so it's usually driving out, arriving at the event 2.5 hours before the event starts, so I can get my booth and all my merchandise and stuff set up. Then the events can run anywhere from 6 to 8 hours. Some of them are only 4, but mostly it's 6 to 8 hours. Then I have to break down. And breakdown usually takes an hour to an hour and a half, depending on where it is, how complicated it is, etc. And then, of course, I have to get home. So, like, that's assuming it's not a multi-day event that requires me to that requires me to go back and forth or set up multiple days or any of that kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's so these long stretches. I mean, it's good that that I'm very happy to have you here for this today. And maybe I'll just do a bunch more random streams where I'm doing leatherwork when summer rolls around. Because honestly, having someone to talk to a little bit while I'm doing this work is kind of a godsend. It was very helpful. But it is very tiring. Hey, Xylo. How are you today? Bork, bork. Thanks for popping in. We're actually getting towards the end of my stream. I've been doing leather work for a good almost 5 hours now. And yeah, we're just kind of getting our last things done. Bork, bork. I have some emotes now, Xylo. So if you want to browse my emotes, you can browse my emotes and play around with those. Okay. So there's that. Truant. Truant. Because you're so late. That's what that means. So there's those. There are those. And we had a pink one too, but I don't know where the pink one went. I think it got buried. We did a big pure pink one. But I don't know where it went. I think it ended up buried. Let me see if I can find it. Rah. You would never. Alright. I think these came out really good. I like them. Where did that? Oh, there it is. So, today we did these 4 collars, these wonderful 4 collars. We also did a pair of cuffs of my clip-in cuffs. We did a couple of these boys. And we finished off this guy for an order that I have going out. I would say that is a very productive day. Whew. Yeah. that is quite a few things we accomplished today. For being here in chat, took almost 5 hours. These remind me of the kink bead bracelets. Okay, so they are kink representative, Xylo. They represent the pink one is just pink. We like pink because pink is really good with black. So that one's not really representative of anything. The gold and purple, I think, actually might be used by something, but is mostly just because we liked the gold and the purple together. We thought they were very complementary colors. The silver, pink, and blue are trans flag colors. So on the flag, it's blue lines, pink lines, and then a silver line in the middle. So that's why we did that one. And then this one right here is the Leather Pride colors, which are primarily black and blue with an accent of silver and an accent of red. So yeah, this is kind of what we rolled through today. And it was really and it was just really, again, it was tiring. I'm very tired now. But it was rewarding to get this all done, and I'm very happy to thank everyone who was here with me today to do this. I'm gonna reach over here. We don't need the background music anymore because we're gonna be wrapping up. We're wrapping up here. So let's get that back up there. Let's reset all that stuff. But for now, I think that's where we're going to call it tonight. As I always say, I hope you learned something today. I hope today was better than yesterday, and I hope tomorrow is better still. I will be back on Tuesday for Beat Saber. I will be back on Thursday for Beat Saber. And I might be here for other days for random streams and leather stuffs. But until I see you again, I hope you enjoy your evening, your morning, you sleep well, whatever you need. And otherwise, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. 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 Oh, there's a leather worker doing a sheath if you want to raid. Okay. Yes, actually that would be great. What is the person's name, Latigo? You can't link it because I don't have links on except for subs and but if you have the name, just type out the name if you could. That would be fantastic. And then we will go raid them. Fox, y'all, Salinity. Okay, let's see what they're doing. Fox, Yowl, Salinity. Yeah, let's go raid them. I don't need to have them. But yeah, let's go say hi to them and raid them. So, see you next time. Bye-bye.